the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Torrin Eckert. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Good morning, members. I always like to give a prayer right around Flag Day, which is this Saturday, and I usually try to find a prayer that embodies the flag and what it means. And my good friend from Chester County gave me some inspiration a couple weeks ago, where he found an old prayer in the report, in the record, and I did the same today. So I'm reading a prayer from 2006 on Flag Day, which would have been on June 14th, 2006, from the Reverend Julian Whipple, who was the chaplain of the House at that time. So let us pray. God of all liberty and true freedom, today we honor the flag of our nation and what it stands for. All men are created equal, liberty and justice for all. But do we truly believe those words in our heart? We ask you to blow apart our notions of justice, liberty, and equity, tearing down our refusal to understand that none of us has truly owned those things, but we have been blessed by you to be placed that subscribes to what it means to be under your laws under God. May we remember that being under God is challenging and causes us to live in a way that sees all mankind as your children and forces us to stretch our horizons to be better people, lengthen our sight, and enlarge our sympathies, that we may find no person so annoying or any child so insignificant that we close the door against need or shut our eyes upon hope. As we pledge to the flag, open up our ears and our hearts to the words we speak casually from childhood memory. Reignite in us a love for unity and justice that gives feet to the pledge. Let us never forget our star-spangled banner waves over a free nation because of the incredible sacrifices made by its sons and daughters. We do not pray that our nations love us, other nations love us, but that they may know for that which we stand for, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. To thine be the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Sergeant at arms will open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, the approval of the Journal of Tuesday, June the 10th, 2025 will be postponed until printed. Colleagues, if you can take your seats, we have some guests here this morning. Colleagues, please take your seats. This morning, we have some very special guests joining us for session. Seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum, we have an international delegation in our midst, and we are so honored to have them and welcome them to the floor of the House. This morning, we have the Czech ambassador, Miloslav Stastic, and the Czech parliamentarian delegation, led by the chairman of the European Committee of the Czech Parliament, Andrej. We have Andrej Benešek. The Czech Republic is one of the United States' closest and most longest allies. Pennsylvania continues to be a popular destination for Czech investment. Czech companies such as Tatum and PF Inovans are in Allentown and Warrendale, and they have a very strong presence in the Commonwealth. Pennsylvania is also proud to be home of a significant Czech American community, especially in the Pittsburgh area and in my hometown of Philadelphia. The Czech language is offered in many universities, including at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia, and it reflects our ongoing ties between our region and the nation, the Czech Republic. We are thrilled to have in the delegation Martin Major, a member of the European Committee and the chairman of the U.S. caucus in the Czech Parliament. We have Andrej Babisova, he's a member of the European Committee. We have Vladimir Zelensky, a member of the EC. We have Jana Frankova from the Parliament Institute. We have Philip Fichtner. We have Rami Abu Eid. We have Jana Petrkova. We have Martin Zizek, and that's, of course, in addition to the Czech ambassador. The chair was privileged to share with this delegation that in 2001, my first international trip included a visit to Prague. Welcome to the floor of the House. Please stand. We're so honored to have you. Also seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum, our colleague that serves Berks County, Representative Cepeda Freitas, has the mayor from the city of Reading here, Mayor Eddie Moran, along with the managing director for the city of Reading, Jack Gombach. Please stand. Thank you all for your service in Berks County. In the back of the House, our colleague that serves both Armstrong and Clarion counties, Representative Bashline, has the 112th Infantry Regiment, where Representative Bashline served for 12 years. They're attending their annual training here in Fort Indiantown Gap. They're service members. They've been handpicked to be recognized for outstanding performance during their training. In our midst, we are thrilled to have Private G.O.T. Monger, Private First Class Merit, Specialist Tristan McDonough, Sergeant Ryan Moore, Sergeant Cody Hamilton, Sergeant Alexander Trong, Staff Sergeant Michael Bongiorno, Staff Sergeant Mark Ammon, Staff Sergeant Jonah Crone. Please stand. Thank you for your service. We're so grateful to welcome you. Also in the back of the House, our colleague that serves us right here in this capital region in Dauphin County, Representative Davidson, has the Central Penn College Knights baseball team. They recently recorded the most wins in any single season, and they claimed their third straight ESAC Championship, and they earned a berth at the USC AA Small College World Series. 10 of their players were named to the USC AA Academic All-Americans, and 2 players earned the same All-American honors on the field. Central Penn Knights, please stand. Congratulations. In the gallery, our colleague that serves Chester County, Representative Lawrence, brings to the floor of the House Emily Taglione and her father, Anthony Taglione, who live in West Grove, Chester County. Anthony and Emily, welcome to the floor of the House. Where are you? Raise your hand or stand. Welcome. So glad to have you. Our colleague that serves Cumberland, Representative Kutz, has his legislative interns here in the gallery. We have Benjamin Snyder, who's a sophomore at Liberty. We have Juliet Sohanag as a junior at Washington. And we have Naira Muhammad, who's going to be attending Penn State Harrisburg as a freshman coming up this fall. And we also have Serena Basnet, who will be a freshman at Berea College. Thank you all for being here and your hard work this summer in the district. Representative Rivera, who serves Lancaster County, has a guest in the gallery this morning. Her legislative intern, Ava Allen, who's a junior at Claremont McKenna College in California. She's studying government and legal studies. Ava, where are you? We're so glad to welcome you to the floor of the House. Representative White, who serves Philadelphia County, has 2 winners of her There Ought to Be a Law contest. This morning, we are thrilled to have upstairs in the gallery, Mikolo Coleman. It was his idea that airbags should be more comfortable without compromising their effectiveness, so they are gentler on impact. And we also have Mia Gramlich, who just wrapped up the 4th grade, and her proposed law is that all citizens should be able to learn sign language so we can communicate with these students. Mia and Michaelo, please stand. Thank you for your ideas. Representative Davidson has constituents here in the gallery. We have Vivian Vivi Sturry and Jeb Boyd. Vivi's a teacher, an artist, a business owner whose commitment to artistry and local character shines through her work in the revitalization of Midtown Harrisburg. Please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Thank you. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 203 members having voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. The chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals June 11, 2025. House Resolution 256, Children and Youth. House Bill 1589, Education. Senate Bill 109, Environmental and Natural Resource Protection. House Bill 1588, Games and Fisheries. Senate Bill 333 and Senate Bill 444, both to Intergovernmental Affairs and Operations. Senate Bill 649, Judiciary. Senate Bill 225, State Government. House Bill 1591, House Bill 1592 to Transportation, and Senate Bill 95 to Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness.
Chair is in receipt of the following report, which the clerk will now read.
A report as required by the Radiation Protection Act from the Department of Environmental Protection regarding the Bureau of Radiation Protection's environmental radiation in Pennsylvania's annual report.
The chair recognizes Representative Freeman, Chair of the Committee on Local Government, who reports the following bills. House Bill 661, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1308, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1532, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1560, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Freeman, Chair of the Committee on Local Government, who reports the following bill with a request that it be re-referred. House Bill 1119 to the Committee on Veteran Affairs and Emergency Preparedness. Will the House agree the report? It is agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Conklin, Chair of the Committee on Commerce, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1512, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1553, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes the gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative Schlossberg, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there will be an immediate Rules Committee meeting upon the break in the House Appropriations Room. On behalf of Chair Matzey, Democrats will caucus at 12:30 and return to the floor at 1:45.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Republicans will caucus at 12:30 and plan to return to the floor at 1:45. Again, Republicans will caucus at 12:30. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna, Representative Mullins, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will meet at 1:30 p.m. in the Majority Caucus Room. Members of the Appropriations Committee, note that it is a 1:30 meeting time in the Majority Caucus Room. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Samuelson, for a caucus announcement, or committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Finance Committee will have a voting meeting off the floor at 12 noon. We will meet in room 523 of the Irvis Office Building. We'll be voting on House Bill 1503, Prokopiak, 1551 Siegel, 1552 Siegel, and have a discussion about House Bill 1572 Gogenauer and House Bill 1575 Freeman. 12 noon in room 523 Irvis Office Building. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The House will be in recess until 1:45 unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.
May I have your attention, please? Recess for the House has been extended until 1:55. I repeat, recess for the House has been extended until 1:55.
The hour of 2:45 having arrived, the House will come to order. The chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, June 11, 2025. House Bill 1600, Children and Youth. House Bill 1596 to Finance. House Bill 1593, Judiciary. House Bill 1594, House Bill 1595, both to Transportation.
Chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 276, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 375, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 681, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 967, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1084, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1402, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree to the report is agreed to? House Bill 1431, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1549, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Samuelson, Chair of the Committee on Finance, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1503, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1551, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1552, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Bradford, Chair of the Committee on Rules, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1406, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1498, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Resolution 231, printers number 1666, on page 6 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing the month of June 2025 as LGBTQ Pride Month in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Benham.
It's the chair's understanding that Representative Fink withdraws A01048. Chair thanks the author of the amendment. Will the House agree to the resolution? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Clinton, Representative Borowitz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am grateful to President Trump that he is not recognizing Pride Month federally in 2025. This nation was forged by prayer and humility to the Almighty God, not pride. I ask my colleagues to oppose House Resolution 231. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Berks, Representative Gillen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 2, line 13 of this particular resolution, it notes commemorating the Stonewall riots. New York City police officers were injured during the course of the riots. Public property was damaged. Police were struck with projectiles. They were injured. I believe that our votes on the floor of the House should reflect our support for law enforcement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 120, the nays are 83. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Resolution 245, printers number 1772, on page 7 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating the week of June 9th through June 13th, 2025 as Union Organizing Week in Pennsylvania in honor of those workers who have fought for their right to organize and bargain collectively at their workplace. Introduced by Representative Dan Miller.
It's the chair's understanding that all amendments have been withdrawn. Chair thanks the authors of the amendments. Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 177, the nays are 26. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 681, printers number 1882, page 2, supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill changes how required height and weight measurements are taken and used in schools.
The House will temporarily be at ease. House will come to order. Colleagues, our colleague from Chester County has some special guests. Representative Frill from Chester County has Sloan Wolf in the back of the house. He's a senior at Twin Valley High School, and he is shadowing him for the day. Sloan, where are you? Please stand up or wave your hand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 681, printers number 1882, page 2, supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill changes how required height and weight measurements are taken and used in schools.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? 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 Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 159, the nays are 45. 158, the nays are 45. Majority required by the Constitution. Having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally. Clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, calls up House Bill 967, printers number 1048, page 1 of supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill amends the Unfair Trade Practices and Consumer Protect Law.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative Isaacson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the interest of time, I'll be submitting my remarks to the record.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? 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 Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 108, the nays are 95. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, calls up House Bill 1549, printers number 1881, on page 3 of supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill increases the minimum wage.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Majority Chair of Labor, Representative Dawkins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can I get a little bit of order in the hall, please?
The House will come to order. The House will come to order. Members, please take your conversations off of the floor of the House. The gentleman and all speakers who want to be heard should be heard. The gentleman is in order and may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my esteemed colleagues and the people of the Commonwealth. I grew up in a city where the ink of revolution once dried and bold visionaries declared that every human should be entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Yet today, in Pennsylvania, a waitress in Kensington, a warehouse worker in Erie, a nursing home aide in Harrisburg still chase that promise on a $7.25 an hour, the very same wage from a generation ago. As James Baldwin warned, not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it's faced. Today we confront the quiet violence of poverty wages.
The gentleman will suspend. Sergeants at arms, clear the aisles of the House. The chair has asked the members, if you'd like to have a conversation, you can do so, but it will be off of this floor. The gentleman is in order and will proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while we even invited our minority party to help craft this living wage legislation, offering them the opportunity to write amendments to lift up their lowest paid workers, but fear that we might actually adopt some of their ideas and force them to explain to their constituents why they chose to collaborate over obstruction, they quietly withdrew their ideas.
The gentleman will suspend. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington rise?
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman is in order and will proceed.
I think the good gentleman is getting at the motives of members and what they've done in the past. And from past precedent, I would just caution the member to stay on the underlying piece of legislation as opposed to prescribing motives.
The gentleman's point of order is well taken, and the chair reminds the gentleman and all other colleagues in this prestigious institution not to assume the motives of your other colleagues who are representing their constituents. The gentleman will stay on the substance of House Bill 1549 and will not go into whether or not people should have or could have amended such bill. This bill is on final passage, and the gentleman will continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My grandfather always said, leading is a choice, and everyone isn't meant to lead. Yet make no mistakes, we will pass a living wage that transforms all communities throughout Pennsylvania. And in that same spirit of Baldwin, I ask, who is the stranger amongst us? If we look honestly, it is the father stocking grocery shelves at 3 a.m. It's the home health aide comforting our elders. It's the young women pouring coffee so they can afford their tuition. Their labor fuels our shared prosperity, yet their pay denies their dignity. Even in a divided Congress, the tide is turning. Just yesterday, Senator Josh Hawley, a conservative, and Senator Peter Welch, a progressive, joined together to introduce what is called the Higher Wages for American Workers Act, raising the federal minimum wage to $15 by 2026 and indexing that wage to inflation. If they can agree that workers deserve better, Harrisburg's message is unmistakable. The era of 725 is over. Our founders spoke of prosperity for all, yet they could not have imagined a 21st century economy where the CEO pay soars to record highs while the custodians work 2 jobs and sleep in cars. To honor the Declaration, we must enact a living wage that turns the ink of our founding promises into food on every table. Colleagues, envision tomorrow a Commonwealth where no full-time worker lives in poverty, where prosperity is not a lottery ticket, but a birthright. That is the America our founders sketched into the ink, an America that unites, the America that can build, the America today through our votes. I urge you to vote yes on House Bill 1549 that brings us closer to justice. As Baldwin reminded us, the place in which you'll fit will not exist until you make it. Let us be a part of that place here and now for all Pennsylvanians. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. Chair recognizes the gentleman from York, the Minority Chair of Labor, Representative Grove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we take up House Bill 1549, sets a minimum wage depending on where you live. There's some realities, though. I think we need to set the record straight on the actual data of minimum wage, who makes it in this Commonwealth. In 2024, there was an estimated 47,200 Pennsylvania workers earning a minimum wage or less. That is the lowest number of workers at or below minimum wage on record in our Department of Labor and Industry's annual reports in history. It's 16,400 below the previous low set in 2022. Many of these were servers or special needs individuals working with nonprofits. Those nonprofits actually can't afford this. They've testified that numerous times. Workers earning minimum wage or less represented 1.5% of the hourly workforce and 0.8% of all workers. 0.8% of all workers. 16 to 24-year-olds make 66.8%. Never married, 85.2%. No children, 94%. Living in a household with an annual income of more than $75,000, 75%. Individuals who live in a household of an annual income more than $75,000, or 75%. Live in a household with an annual income of more than $150,000, 42%. 42%. These are not the primary earners in the household. That is a secondary job to supplement income. And that is the data from the PA Department of Labor and Industry. Today, we have a bill that sets as $12 to $15 minimum wage, depending on where you live in the Commonwealth. So it adds a huge level of complication. Complicates it more because it's based on the class of county. Quiz Pennsylvania residents as to what class of county they are in. It would be a good citizen's test or residency test here in Pennsylvania if we had one. What class are you in? I know I'm in third-class county in York because I've delved into that policy area many a times. But most people do not know. They have no idea of what class county they are. Businesses, owners do not know what class of county they are. Good luck figuring out if your business straddles two counties that are in different classes. At what point does your worker make $15 or $12 an hour? Where are they at the building? What are they doing? Good luck. Now, we have empirical data, peer-reviewed data, because many states have increased the minimum wage. I'm sure we'll hear about that through debate today. I do want to hit on one area that it's going to be the hardest hit, and that's tipped workers under this. State impacts of a $15 minimum tip wage. Technical analysis by Dr. William Evan, Miami University, David McPherson, Trinity University, peer-reviewed, November 2022. They reviewed all the states with a higher minimum wage on tip staff, and their general conclusion that every dollar increase is up to a 6.1% reduction in restaurant employees and a 5.6% reduction in tips basically revenue or income for employee staff. So when you go from 283, and we'll talk about the $15 minimum wage in the first-class county, if 283 to $9, that's an increase of over $6. So what's the net result of restaurant employees? A third. A third of restaurant employees will lose their jobs because of this bill. They'll have a 34.55% decrease in tips. So the small fraction of increase they may get on their minimum wage increase will be drastically reduced on the tip wage end. They will lose $2,400 a year under this plan. Money out of their pockets, $2,400. The second this would get signed into law and be implemented, they would start losing money day one. A third. Walk into your restaurant, if you head back to Philadelphia, a third of that staff will be gone if this is implemented. That is going to hurt the economy. That will hurt many, 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 many people. And that's a net result. If you look at the peer-reviewed research into minimum wage increases between cities, states, localities that have done it, the exact people that this is intended to help actually hurt every level of income. Now, the complication is even greater because even within the counties, there's an amendment adopted yesterday to adjust an exemption for Monroe, Center, and Pike counties. So those counties, those business and employees, we're trying to figure out not only what county they're in to begin with, but what tier level there are. Every new exemption for a business is new complication. And guess what? The minimum wage law has a requirement. Like, if you screw that up, the department's going to come and get you. So now you're setting up our businesses to fail because of the complicated, convoluted process established under this bill. But it also reflects, and I'll give credit where credit's due, it also reflects the reality that a statewide doesn't work. You know what does work? Capitalism. It's amazing. We've said this before on the many iterations of minimum wage bill. Go to any of my kind of like starter jobs, GED, and we can debate. We can debate Wawa, we can debate Sheetz, we can debate Rudders, we can debate all the great convenience stores out there. I haven't seen one paying minimum wage. So the data is clear, the research is clear. This bill is harmful. It's harmful for employees, it's harmful for the employers. It's harmful to the nonprofits. We've got a budget coming up. There is a cost to this within that budget as well. All those nonprofits that rely on DHS funding, direct care workers, et cetera, you better jack up costs. And that cost will escalate year after year because there's a COLA. So you better bring that tax increase along with this bill to fund all these new programs and all these new mandated spending that you're perpetrating on the taxpayers of this Commonwealth. But again, people will be losing money, so you're not actually going to recoup the same amounts from before this either. So the reality is, it's a bad policy for a bad time. We can do better. The data reflects it, letting the system work, capitalism work. Pay has never been higher on its own, and it's a good thing. Workers are benefiting greatly by having a worker-geared economy right now, and it will continue to be like that. So let it work. We don't need government intervention because government usually fails in the long run. I will be a no on this, and hopefully my colleagues will join me and letting the free market work and letting business people take care of their employees because they will, because we need those workers. Thank you, Madam.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Columbia, Representative Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to House Bill 1549, not just on behalf of the policy that it contains, but on behalf of the people across this Commonwealth that it will hurt. Hardworking people, people like a constituent of mine, people like Sarah. Sarah is a single mother in my district. She works the opening shift at a coffee house in my hometown and the dinner shift at a local bed and breakfast. She's not asking for favors from us in this chamber today, and she's not looking for any pity. She's doing what we tell folks to do in this country. She's working hard, showing up, and doing it with pride. Sarah lives off of the tipped minimum wage, and with that, plus her tips, she brings home more than the standard minimum wage in Pennsylvania. She has earned her regulars, Madam Speaker. They ask for her by name. She remembers birthdays, favorite drinks, and what you ordered last time, even if it was 6 months ago. Her income is based on the relationships, on the effort, and on her performance that she delivers every single day. And right now, she's doing okay. She does not need us here in Harrisburg to fix what isn't broken. But the bill that we consider this afternoon, House Bill 1549, proposes to change that. It strips away the tip credit system that has allowed Sarah to earn well above the minimum wage. It tells Sarah that we know better than you, but we don't. She knows what's best. Some folks might say this change would protect workers, but I have had these conversations and have spoken to dozens of people like Sarah, and they are not asking for this. In fact, they are asking for us not to change it, because this change would mean fewer hours, fewer tips, and even fewer jobs. It would force small business owners to make hard decisions, and it would take away the incentive-based model that works for so many. That's it. Opposing this bill leaves Sarah's world intact. It allows her to keep thriving on the model she knows, the model she chose, and the model that works. This is not about left or right, it's about listening. It's about honoring work and preserving freedom. Freedom for workers to earn based on effort and excellence, and freedom for restaurants and small business owners and patrons across this Commonwealth to reward that excellence without being punished by rigid mandates. I invite you all not to rewrite Sarah's story from Harrisburg. Let's leave her pen in her hand. Please oppose this bill. Let's keep the tip credit. Let's keep people like Sarah working, thriving, and in control of their own success and future. I urge my colleagues to vote no on House Bill 1549. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative Curry, on final passage of House Bill 1549.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today not just as chair of the Delaware County delegation, but as a mother who knows the weight that so many parents across this Commonwealth carry each and every day. We are here because after years of inaction, we are finally taking steps to move Pennsylvania off of $7.25. But let me be clear, this is not enough. This cannot be where we stop. This is simply where we begin. Our families, our communities, our neighbors have waited far too long for the dignity of fair wages. And while this proposal represents movement, it does not reflect the full measure of what our people need. We must not continue to allow zip code or county class to define someone's value or their ability to meet their basic needs. No one's worth should be determined by where they live. A parent struggling to buy groceries in Delaware County feels that same ache as a parent in Philadelphia or Clearfield or Erie. As chair of the Delco delegation, I recognize that we are in a tight spot. These conversations are not easy, and neither should be the fight to end it. If we're serious about disrupting the cycle of poverty, we must be serious about wages that allow people not just to survive, but to actually live. This work requires us to get uncomfortable, to push through the weeds, to face the complexities, to center the people who elected us, the people who back home trust us to fight for them because their voices have too often been drowned out by systems that were never designed for their success. We know this proposal is not perfect. We know this doesn't get everyone where they need to be today, but doing nothing keeps people trapped at $7.25. And we cannot allow the perfect to be the enemy of the necessary. We must move, and we must continue to fight. We cannot be afraid, we cannot be timid, and we most certainly cannot be intrepid when the lives of our most vulnerable are at stake. As a mother raising children with one income and whose financial landscape has drastically changed in this challenging economy, I see firsthand what stagnant wages mean for families trying to pay rent, buy groceries, afford childcare, and still find enough to give their children hope for the future. The last thing these families need is a legislature that is too divided to act, too afraid to empower, too disconnected to uplift. The people of the 164th Legislative District entrusted me with the responsibility, but I know I speak for parents and workers across this entire Commonwealth when I say we are tired of waiting. And while today may not deliver everything, let this be the opening of the door, not the closing of it. The fight for a truly equitable minimum wage must continue because no mother, no father, no child should be condemned to poverty simply because those of us in these seats failed to act boldly enough. Let's move forward. Let's get this done. But let us not for 1 second believe that our work is finished because the people of Pennsylvania deserve more. I am asking my colleagues to vote yes for House Bill 1549, and I thank the maker of the bill to get Pennsylvania to a living wage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady from Delaware County. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from York, Representative Klunk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will the maker of the bill stand for an interrogation?
The gentleman declines.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the bill?
The gentlelady's in order and may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to go through some of the concerns and questions that I have about this bill, considering some of the county carve-outs. This bill will divide the counties in Pennsylvania into 3 different tiers for the purposes of setting minimum wages. First, the bill groups second A, and third-class counties together, presumably because those particular classes of counties are more populous, except that this tier with the second highest minimum wage rates in this bill also includes fourth-class counties with a 2020 census population between 157,000 people and 159,000 people, which apparently, based on that data, is likely Center County, and between 168,250 people to 168,400 people, which is apparently Monroe County. And it also includes a 6th-class county with a 2020 census population between 57,000 and 59,000 people, which is apparently Pike County. I would love to know what the reasoning is behind moving Center, Monroe, and Pike counties into a different tier with these larger counties. Is there something unique or special about these counties that justifies a higher minimum wage than the other counties of their class? I'm really truly trying to understand that discrepancy in this bill. Why is there a special carve-out for these 3 particular counties? Is there a policy reason that I am missing? This tiered approach in this bill, with no provisions on how to resolve these discrepancies when an employee moves across a county line for work, is going to be a mess. And these carve-outs for these 3 specific counties, for no apparent reason at all, and the maker of the bill won't explain why, because he refused to stand for interrogation, this will make this even more of a disaster.
The gentlelady will suspend. It is the gentleman's right to refuse interrogation, just like it is the gentlelady's and every member of this chamber. That will not be used in this debate, just like motive will not be used in this debate. The gentlelady will continue on the bill.
Madam Speaker, this county-based patchwork of minimum wages is truly going to be a mess. And it does nothing to provide for the myriad of situations where an employee does not work an employer's location and may perform work in several different counties. I can think about it in my own area. I border Adams County. My district is in York County. York County is a 3rd-class county. Adams County is a 5th-class county. Depending on where you are on the wage scale, it's a $3 an hour difference. When I think about the businesses that span that county line, I think of a coffee shop that has 3 different locations. 2 right now in York County. 1 just a couple hundred yards into the Adams County border. Depending on where his employees are located, and depending on what day and what assignment they have, depending on the coffee shop, they could be making $3 more an hour if they're working at the downtown Hanover shop or the South Hanover shop versus the McSherrystown shop. And quite frankly, they're only a couple of miles apart. Madam Speaker, I also think about 2 golf courses that straddle the line in York County and Adams County. Some of those holes are in York County, some of the holes are in Adams County. What about the beer cart workers that are out working the holes? If they're selling beer in Adams County, they're making $3 less than the beer that they're selling on the York County side. If you're a groundskeeper and you're working on the Adams County side, are you going to be making $3 less an hour than if you're mowing the greens on the York County side? And as you can see, this could be a nightmare for our small businesses that are just trying to make it. How are they going to determine how much they're going to be paying an employee an hour? Could you imagine those conversations? Could you imagine the records that will need to be kept on those businesses that cross those county lines? And I'm just giving one example. There are countless businesses across this Commonwealth that straddle county lines like this. This will be a nightmare. And it will be even more of a nightmare and even more confusing for those 3 counties, Monroe, Center, and Pike, because quite frankly, they don't fall into the typical class county that they would when you look at the bill and you have to think of the exception. So, Madam Speaker, this bill is truly unworkable. It is a compliance nightmare for employers with no clear language and no guidance on how to navigate it. And I will be a no and ask my colleagues to be the same. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair would like to take a break in debate and acknowledge in the gallery one of the earliest speakers is here. 1764, Benjamin Franklin has joined us for afternoon session. Mr. Speaker, welcome back to the floor of the House. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Nelson, on final passage of House Bill 1549.
You know, the prior speaker was mentioning some conversations and how crazy this would get for small business owners in different counties. I suspect the easiest way to resolve this is a strong bipartisan vote, and we can all get to where they're already proposing in Washington, which is a $15 minimum wage. Easiest way to solve the issues around inequities across counties is to actually be uniform as Pennsylvania lawmakers and think about the beer salesman in Adams County trying to make it at $10 an hour. Easiest way for us to resolve our differences is to resolve our differences. When we work together, we actually can get things done. If this is messy, it's messy because we're not working well together. You know, it was mentioned to me before in the cafeteria as I was preparing for this that, you know, the poor people don't have lobbyists. And that's true, I guess. Poor people don't have lobbyists. Makes it harder to figure out how in the world we create policy in Harrisburg for all of Pennsylvanians when we sit back and we can rattle off statistics. We can talk about those folks. We talk about tipped workers, 47,000 folks at or below a minimum wage in Pennsylvania, 47,000. Vast majority of them work in the restaurant industry. Vast majority. There are 255,000 Pennsylvanians who make between $7.26 and $12. How many of them are working in the restaurant industry? Restaurant industry isn't in the top 5 industries of those 255,000 Pennsylvanians making between $7.26 and $12 an hour. When we talk about raising the minimum wage, if we think that this is a conversation around the implications for the restaurant industry, and I love them to death, but the restaurant industry has lobbyists. But poor people don't have lobbyists. There are over almost 700,000 Pennsylvanians, 18 and older, hourly wages making between $7.26, so just above the minimum wage right now, and $15 an hour. 700,000 Pennsylvanians. For the math folks on either side, it's actually about 697,000. That's about 3,000 folks in each of our districts. 3,000 folks in each of our districts who are hourly workers, 18 and older, making under $15 an hour. Of course they don't have families. Of course they're not married. Could you imagine what that must be like? Can you imagine how hard it is to provide for yourself at these wages, much less providing for a family? And yes, the odds of those folks at $7.25 to $15 an hour, the percentage of them who do have families is higher than it is for those who are making less than a minimum wage in Pennsylvania. But it's hard. We often talk about a budget as a moral document, right? But you gotta understand that for so many, a budget is not a moral document. They don't have the option to budget. If you understand what it is to have to make less than whatever in the world your expenses are, and we're not talking about like living in the lap of luxury. We're talking about folks who are struggling to get by. We've talked about them on this floor this week. We've talked about those folks who are living in mobile home communities and the rents on that plot of land are going up way beyond what they can afford. And they can't afford to move the homes because if they did, the home itself, the structure would crumble. That's what we're talking about. We can talk about the number of folks who are trying to figure out how in the world to get their kids to school. How in the world they can try and get the blood pressure screenings, postpartum. But so many of them can't afford to take off work just to go to the doctor because they're making $10 an hour. Sometimes budgets aren't a moral document. Sometimes they're all people can figure out how the heck. It's time we raise the minimum wage in Pennsylvania. $7.25 is not enough. Nobody disagrees with that. The question is the market gonna do it or are we gonna do it? We're gonna do it, period. Because if we don't, the market's going to take advantage of the individuals who just need a job. The market's going to take advantage of individuals who are down and out, have made some mistakes in their life, and are trying to figure out how in the world to keep their family together, how in the world to make it through the day. The market is going to take advantage of those people. And you know who those people are going to look to? They're going to look to us, because that's what in the world government does. Government provides and protects those who need the government the most. The market doesn't do that. That's why we're here. Yes, for so many, your skills, your training will be able to get you a livable wage. For so many more, your skills and training and your circumstance are going to get you in a position where you're going to have to take the best that's offered to you, and it's not going to be enough. The question is your government going to make sure that the market doesn't take advantage of that person? When you go back home, you get to decide if our government is going to allow the market to take advantage of those who don't have other options. That's what the minimum wage is. $15 isn't enough. I hope that they move this in Washington, but I hope we beat them to it. It's not perfect. It's not enough, but this is the bill we have. I thank you all for voting for this. I thank my leadership team for running this. I'm looking forward to seeing this get to the Senate. I'm looking forward to helping those folks selling beer in Adams County, letting them know that they now get $15 an hour. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Franklin, Representative Reichert, on the final passage of House Bill 1549.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to comment a little bit on what the previous speaker said, the opportunity for bipartisanship was sort of gone whenever the bill was introduced late on a Tuesday and voted on committee under other business early Wednesday morning with no opportunity for amendments. And then the floor amendment deadline being 80 minutes after we gavelled out of the labor and industry hearing. So there wasn't a whole lot of opportunity for us to be able to take a look at some of these issues, some of these glaring holes that are in this bill. As Representative Klunk duly mentioned, when I was in high school, I worked a minimum wage job. I was a busboy. My kid brother worked in landscaping. And Franklin County, where we're from, is a county of the 4th class, surrounded by a county of the 5th class, 8th class, and the 3rd class. And it is not inconceivable for work to be done in any of these counties with different rates under the new minimum wage law. So what this means is that our businesses are not sure what the payroll is going to be, what the hours are. This creates so much complication and uncertainty for our small businesses across the Commonwealth. The legislation does not tighten up anything in there about whether it's where the work is performed or the business is located. It's a very major flaw. what we're doing is essentially passing the buck and letting some bureaucrat at Labor and Industry determine what the wages are for these businesses on a case-by-case basis. Ladies and gentlemen, that's an abdication of our responsibility here in this chamber. I think we should probably take a little bit better look at our legislation and our process here and make sure that, when we pass legislation out of here, that it is as tightened and buttoned up as possible. And this legislation fails to do that. And we're going to be hurting so many businesses and, more importantly, so many workers in the process. So I urge a no vote on the HB 1549. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman, Representative Reichert. And the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Monroe, the Majority Chair of Aging, Representative Madden.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of HB 1549, and I'd like to respond to some of the comments made here today. I spend a great deal of time in my district at events, legislative door knocking, talking to my constituents each and every day. And I'd like to stand here and I'd like to advocate for a raise in the minimum wage for the woman cleaning rooms in one of our local resorts, the single mom raising 2 kids, living with her mother who retired and is already living in tight quarters, because she's only making $9.50 an hour in a resort that makes billions and billions of profit every single year. I worked as a waitress for many, many years. I actually waited on tables to raise money to run for this office, and I know how much you can make as a tipped waiter or waitress. And I would like to respond to the emails and the concerns that I'm getting about the false narrative that's being pushed here, that tipped wages are going to be eliminated. Tipped wages are not going to be eliminated. And I hope everybody who sent me an email hears this so I don't have to respond to all your emails. Quite frankly, Madam Speaker, I'm tired of being the can't-do state. I'm tired of being one of 20 states that can't raise a minimum wage from $7.25 an hour, that can't lift up people who are living in poverty, that don't give people the opportunity to purchase homes or go on vacation because they have a little more money in their pocket. I'm tired of being that state that can't do it. I'm tired of being told that small businesses are just too dumb to figure out the minimum wage. You own a small business, you have accountants, you've been running a small business for years. I'm sure raising your worker salary is not going to break the bank, and I'm sure you're going to figure it out because you have smart people working for you. This is just one of the frustrations I have in this building, that we put bills together and we introduce them, and then we stand on opposite sides of the aisle and talk about how we didn't work together. I'm looking to work together. I'm looking to work with anybody that wants to work to put out good bills that help the people of the Commonwealth. And I would just like to say one thing. I'm not failing in this chamber. My colleagues aren't failing in this chamber. We're working each and every day together to produce good legislation that helps the people of this Commonwealth. And if the gentleman from York thinks he's failing, maybe he should resign and get another job, because we are not failing.
For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman is in order and may proceed.
Very clearly, the good gentlelady is referring to other members and the way they represent their constituents, and it is wholly inappropriate, Madam Speaker.
The point of order is well taken. Colleagues, I remind you to keep personalities out of debate. We're here at this time to talk about House Bill 1549 and whether or not it will go over on final passage. Please keep personalities out of your debate. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Blair, Representative Barger.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the consequences of such a drastic increase to the minimum wage will be far-reaching, and I believe will hurt the very individuals that the maker of this bill is intending to help. The most vulnerable members of our workforce, those with disabilities, those reentering society after incarceration or addiction, and young people who are just taking their first steps into the job market. These are the very individuals who struggle to command wages of $12 to $15 an hour, and they will be the ones most adversely affected by this bill. Elimination of job opportunities, reduction in work hours, and diminished prospects of employment will become reality for these workers. Now, the Independent Fiscal Office estimates that a $15 per hour minimum wage would result in the loss of something like 16,000 jobs. Not to mention the fact that the current effective minimum wage is already $11 per hour. Now, in my hometown, people like to talk about what we refer to as the Sheetz minimum wage. Back home in Blair County, Sheetz is already paying starting wages of over $15 an hour. Folks call it the Sheetz minimum wage. I like to call it, Madam Speaker, the schminimum wage. All right, just testing the room, just testing the room. Furthermore, analysis of the National Federation of Independent Businesses shows that this bill will cost the Commonwealth a staggering 102,000 jobs by 2033. But the impact of this bill extends far beyond the workforce. Consumers, especially those earning lower wages, will bear the brunt of increased labor costs. Again, the Independent Fiscal Office warned that Pennsylvania consumers would shoulder about 65% of the increased labor costs, amounting to $2.3 billion, all in the form of higher prices. So, in an era of rampant inflation where every dollar counts, this bill would exacerbate the financial strain on families by driving up the cost of goods and services that they rely on. So, as if this bill weren't bad enough, the proposed increase in the tipped minimum wage would force restaurants and taverns to raise menu prices and implement service charges. Madam Speaker, I really believe that one of the advantages of federalism is that we have 50 states functioning something like 50 policy laboratories, which affords us the opportunity to look at other states to see what works and what doesn't. If we take this approach, Madam Speaker, we see that HB 1549 will absolutely not work. We know it won't work because we see what happened in California just last year upon implementation of AB 1228, California's fast food minimum wage bill, which resulted in a staggering 22,000 fast food jobs that evaporated like that. On top of that, fast food prices surged, nearly doubling the national average, but the toll doesn't end there. 89% of California restaurants were forced to reduce employee hours just to stay in business, with 87% planning additional cuts just this year. This is a crisis that strikes at the very heart of our workforce, our small business owners. The potential consequences for our most vulnerable workers and consumers are too grave to ignore. If HB 1549 becomes law, it will cost these folks their jobs, guaranteed. For the well-being of our taxpayers, our workers, and our economy, I urge all members to vote no on HB 1549. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Montgomery, Representative Serrato.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to be honest with you. I stand here with no elegant speech prepared. I didn't know where I stood on my vote as of an hour ago. This bill is not enough. This bill has caused an internal struggle for me for a week now. I want to say that the good lady from Delaware County spoke so eloquently in ways that I feel about this bill. It's not enough. It's dividing our communities in ways. But we were elected to help our communities. We were elected to make sure there was a pathway in the future for them to see better days, to have less struggles, and to advance themselves and their families. I cannot morally stand against that advancement, even if I think this bill is not enough, even if I want to see better for my community. I must put my own pride aside and say, if this is what we can get done today, I am standing and I'm going to support it. I'm going to ensure that the people of my community know that I will fight tooth and nail for them every single day. I'm not going to just lie down and take it. I'm not going to roll over and say, well, we gave it a shot. We're going to continue these conversations, but this is a starting point to those conversations. This is one that will not end today. This will not be the final conversation on livable wages in our community, not minimum wages in our community. When I joined this chamber, my top choices for committees were Human Services, Children and Youth, and Aging and Older Adult, because those were the committees that I felt could help the people in my communities that were most vulnerable. Minimum wage does just that. It looks at the people who are struggling to put food on their table, the children who don't know if they're going to be able to make it through another day with clothes, shoes, or full bellies. This is not about our own self-interest. These are about the people who need us most in our communities. And for that reason and that reason alone, I am a yes on this bill, and I ask you to join me. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from York, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll start by saying I don't think this is a good idea. I agree with everything that my chairman, the minority chair of Labor and Industry from York County said, so I won't repeat any of that. But with that said, as I said in committee, I do commend the majority chair for what I think is a good faith attempt at a reasonable compromise. I've heard a number of speakers on the other side, I think, genuinely say we'd like to work together on it. So I'd like to just address that a little bit, if I may. Just a couple of specifics that cause problems with the bill, and then just a brief comment on broader strategy. There's no exception in here for nonprofits. There's no exception for minors. There's no expansion of the training wage. Just like one of the previous speakers said that the employers are smart enough to figure this out, I think employees are smart enough to figure it out as well. If I have somebody that wants to work as the church secretary or for a similar nonprofit for $8 an hour, I think they ought to be willing to do that. I think if we want experience for teenagers, which is much more important than the wage in most cases, I would like my son or daughter to have the option to work for $10 an hour or $8 an hour or $7.25 an hour to gain experience rather than losing that opportunity. So there's no common sense provisions in here at all on that front. Lastly, and I shared this in committee and I'll be brief, but I hate to be one of those people that keeps repeating what my experience was, but I spent my whole career in business, led a great company, maybe one of the best employers in York. Minimum wage was never an issue. Worked for a lot of great companies. But I certainly don't claim to speak for the entire business community, but if we really wanted to help employees, and I'm sincere about this, I think this bill or something similar to it is something that we could live with if we really got serious about regulatory reform. DEP, PennDOT, and others are literally killing our businesses, chasing them out of Pennsylvania, keeping others from investing and locating here. I see it every day. Frivolous lawsuits is another example. That one may not be as easy a sell for the other side, but if we got really serious about killing some of these excessive regulations that would put much more money into our businesses' pockets that would ultimately go to the workers. It's the workers that pay for all of this nonsense. When companies leave, when they incur these costs on just frivolous compliance and legal exercises. I've thrown this out there before. If we're really serious about getting minimum wage done, I'll certainly be a no today, but I think it's something that I would certainly help with in the business community and with the Senate. If we were really serious about getting minimum wage done, then let's get serious about regulatory reform, and we can have a win-win situation here that benefits all Pennsylvanians, employers and employees alike. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Khan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to just start by acknowledging the amazing work by my colleague, Representative Ronnie Green, on this issue about the minimum wage. This is something that Representative Green lived as working as a single mother, barely surviving, living paycheck to paycheck. And I can say that when I was younger, I was working and living on minimum wage, trying to live on minimum wage. I lived in California right after I graduated from college, and at the time, the minimum wage there was $6.25. And I can tell you, I worked as many hours as I could get. It often was under 40 hours. I was working at 2 different jobs. It was hard to get hours. And even though I worked nearly 40 hours a week, I could barely afford the $500 in rent that I was incurring. I lived with another person. Actually, I lived with 3 guys, and we split the rent. And I was barely making it. Some months I had to write home to Mom and Dad and ask me if they could send a check for $100 just so I could make my rent. And sometimes I had to ask my brother as well. That's what it's like when people are living paycheck to paycheck. And it was just me. I wasn't even supporting a family. It was just me trying to make it, and I wasn't doing anything. I wasn't trying to go out and party and stuff. I was just trying to make it. And for the 1.1 million workers in Pennsylvania that will benefit because of this bill, who are making currently under $15 an hour, this will be a huge lift for them. And I just want to elevate the story because I work also as a nurse practitioner, some of you know, and I see patients that are struggling. And I have patients sometimes that I hear they're working 2 and 3 jobs. And I've heard patients actually say, why do I even bother anymore? Because they are barely making it as is. I had one patient that worked as a home care worker, and she also worked at a call center. And she was supporting 3 kids. And she was sick. She actually got sick, and I told her, ma'am, I need to write you out of work. It's not safe for you to work because you are sick. And she said, can you write me a note for my job, my day job? But let me work my evening job because I can sit in the evening and I can still work that job. And that's what it's like for these workers that are making $7.25, $8, $9 an hour. This bill will not kill jobs. It will kill job vacancies. The data is there. Minimum wage does not affect businesses and put them out of business. It actually gets rid of those vacancies, and they do well. And it helps those businesses that are doing the right thing to be able to be competitive and more competitive, and we have more businesses doing the same thing. I just want to say, if you're okay with the $7.25 that we currently have in Pennsylvania, vote no on this bill. If you're okay with the status quo, and I heard some defense of the status quo, then vote no on this bill. But workers, it's not what I've been hearing in my district. People are struggling. Prices keep going up. Inflation keeps going up. Wages are still stuck for 16 years at $7.25 here in Pennsylvania. I know this bill isn't perfect. It's not the bill that Rep. Green and I had introduced, but I'm proud to be a co-prime sponsor on this bill. I believe this is progress, and this is not the finished product. This is going to go to the Senate, and it's going to look different when it comes back, but this gives us a chance to change that for those workers. I urge you to vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative Siegel, on House Bill 1549, final passage. Gentleman withdraws. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Berks, Representative Guzman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, Pennsylvanians who work a full-time job should not live in poverty. Plain and simple, full stop. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. This should be a Pennsylvanian value issue. Let's see, because the minimum wage hasn't changed since 2009, and in 2009, I was a sophomore at Kutztown. So that's been a long time since then, 16 years ago. Meanwhile, we all recognize in this building that the cost of everything has risen. From gas, groceries, medicine, everything has gone up. But our wages, they continue to be stuck. And you know, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues, I hear it all the time from my friends on the other side of the aisle, especially here during today's debate. This raising of the minimum wage will, quote unquote, hurt small businesses, and quote unquote, our small businesses cannot afford it. But Madam Speaker, I'd like to flip that question on its head. And I'd like to ask my colleagues, can the working families in your district, can they afford not to eat? Can the rural communities that you represent afford to keep losing young people who can't make a living where they grew up? Because you see, another comment to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, because a lot of them are fiscal conservatives, and yet they don't understand that when wages are too low, workers, poor workers, turn to government assistance. Medicaid, food stamps, housing help. And who picks up the bill? Taxpayers. We all pick up the bill. That's not conservatism. That's a subsidy for a poverty wage. Madam Speaker, raising the minimum wage lifts families up, boosts rural economies, and restores dignity to work. And I've also heard that raising the minimum wage will tank our economy. Well, it hasn't tanked the free state of Florida. It hasn't tanked any of the Republican states that have currently raised the minimum wage. So why can't the free state, the free Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, do the same? You see, it's time for us to do the right thing in this building. It's very rare that we have an opportunity to actually make a difference in the lives of the 66,000 plus people that we represent. And this bill gives us that opportunity. And so for those representatives and colleagues who want to vote no against this bill, I ask you to think about the families in your district who currently make less or make a little bit more than minimum wage. What are you going to tell that family when they ask you, Madam Representative or Sir Representative, why are you voting for me to stay in poverty? Madam or Sir Representative, why are you voting to not allow me to put food on the table? Sir or Madam Representative, why are you not allowing me to be able to afford to send my kid to high quality daycare? These are real impact solutions. And now I'm asking all my colleagues to vote yes. Let's make it happen.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Westmoreland, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's interesting debate because as we look at minimum wage, right, which is recognized as a starting wage, not a career professional wage. As a small business owner, as a chamber full of multiple other small business owners, we know even a new employee starts out at one wage and earns their way up the scale. As a father of 7 with kids scooping ice cream, waitressing, doing all sorts of things to learn how to work, the one thing that we know is that a mandated government minimum wage, undisputed from the IFO, is going to cost 16,000 jobs. So the good gentleman from the city of Reading, personal friend of mine, and says, what are we going to say? Think about those families that are coming to us and say, oh, I lost my job because you voted to replace me with a computer. He mentioned about families and childcare. And if we were really serious about raising minimum wage and living standards, then we would confront our cliff-based welfare system that both sides of the aisle know has hard earning caps, which keeps people either working under the table or working less hours every time they earn more. So the gentleman mentioned about child care. And what do we say to those constituents who need that child care, but now get an increase in their wage, which takes them above the government-mandated threshold? One of the worst glass ceilings that we have to keep working families down. Raising this minimum wage while simultaneously refusing to confront that when people earn less money, they're going to hit the cliff. That hurts people who need the child care. We heard it from RCPA, right? Those are our rehabilitation and community providers. That association openly told this entire chamber in advance of this bill. Increasing the minimum wage without accompanied corresponding reimbursement rates for human services is going to create further devastation. We know that because in this budget, many of us believe they're already not funded enough. But yet the same chamber wants to take a vote which is going to force their budgets to run out quicker. We have to step back and look at the whole picture. I think we agree, as many members have said, in a bipartisan way. If government is going to establish standards, they must look at all other aspects of government, all other roadblocks that we've created. This program kills jobs, and it pushes people off the welfare cliff, which is going to impact those much-needed benefits. Madam Speaker, I urge a no vote on this until we actually can come up with a solution that allows people to earn their way out of poverty and allows our associations to survive. Just moving one metric while we refuse to fund another is going to end in disaster. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Kenyatta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So in this chamber, we have a complicated job, but not a hard job. We have a simple job of trying to make life better for the people of Pennsylvania. And just like the gentlewoman from Montgomery County, I'm voting for this bill, even though, with all due respect to the great chairman who worked diligently on this, I don't love this bill. But I didn't come here to fall in love with pieces of legislation. I came here to make progress for the people that sent me. This bill makes progress for the people that sent me here. But I do want to respond to a lot of the debate that has gone on because I find it a bit comical, Madam Speaker. Only in Harrisburg can giving people more money hurt them. Only here. Only in the upside down of Harrisburg can giving somebody more food make them hungry. Giving somebody more shelter, I guess, make them have not somewhere to go. It's only in the upside down of Harrisburg where we can flippantly say to workers, I know better than you. You don't need more money in your pocket. I know what's best. What's best is to keep the minimum wage at what is effectively a starvation level wage. There is not a person in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania who can live a life making $7.25. We know it. And not only do we know it, you hear it in some of the people and the things that they've said in opposing this bill. So we've heard over and over again that most workers in Pennsylvania aren't even making the minimum wage. Well, if they're not making the minimum wage, why are you afraid of raising it? If Sheetz is already paying $15, Now, I'm more of a Wawa guy, but if Sheetz is already paying 15 bucks, then we ought to be where Sheetz is. And it makes no sense that we're not. I've heard that this bill is too complex. It's just too hard for people to wrap their brains around. Well, you know what? We had a very simple bill that just said raise the wage to $15, and folks were against that. So if you want to be for a simple bill, let's introduce a bill to raise it to $15 for everybody, tie it to a cost of living adjustment, and move on. But what the good chairman did is put together a bill that is a compromise. A bill that takes some of the things that people have said they wanted and tried to put it into a package that we could advance over to the Senate and move on as it relates to this conversation. Other things that we've heard is that if you raise the minimum wage, the sky is going to fall for businesses. We have heard that over and over and over again. You guys are putting Chicken Little out of job. That's the only person who's losing the job, because you're the folks who are screaming about the sky falling, knowing that it is not backed up by the facts. We have seen this studied over and over and over again. State after state after state have raised the minimum wage. And I do not see workers running from West Virginia to Pennsylvania because they raised the minimum wage. I've not seen folks running over the bridge from New Jersey to Pennsylvania because they raised the wage. So I really do not understand what you are saying. The math is not mathing, and we need to get serious. We've also heard about the negative impact of having a COLA, and we talked about this in previous debates. Everybody in this building gets a COLA. And yet constantly I hear about how bad a COLA is. We get a COLA, and I think the people of Pennsylvania also deserve a COLA, and they deserve a raise, and we have an opportunity to do it right now. You know, the final thing I want to say is we mentioned a woman named Sarah at the coffee shop. And Sarah, if you are watching, I want to say to you, first of all, I want to get a latte with 2 Splendors up in there. And I want you to make a dignified wage as you make that coffee for people who come in the morning. Sarah, if you are listening, I think that you deserve to be paid at least $15 for the work that you do, because all work has dignity. And Sarah, if you are listening, we in the House Democratic Caucus are going to do everything we can to make sure you and your kids have the respect and dignity that you deserve in your paycheck. And so, Sarah, if you exist, I think you deserve to be paid a wage of dignity and decency. And I do not know a worker who says, pay me less. Instead, what we saw were workers coming up here day after day after day saying, I cannot make it. So if you vote against this bill, it's your right, it's your button. But don't you dare pretend that you are doing it to help workers. Don't you dare. Workers deserve a raise. Vote for a raise. That's what I'm going to be doing today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Minority Whip, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we've heard a lot about living wages. We've heard a lot about poverty today. And of course, by now, everybody is fully aware that we're voting on a minimum wage hike in this piece of legislation. And while it may feel good politically, it could hurt the very people we're trying to help. And let's be clear, the most effective anti-poverty tool in human history has not been government wage mandates. It's been capitalism and free enterprise. Since 1990, over 1.5 billion people worldwide, mostly in countries like China and India, have risen out of extreme poverty, not because their governments raised wages, but because they embraced free markets, expanded trade, and unleashed the private sector to grow jobs and incomes. Right here in Pennsylvania, we've seen similar market-driven success. Even without raising the minimum wage, our median hourly wage rose to $19.85 last year, and that's up from $18 the previous year. That's the market working naturally and sustainably. In fact, only about, as we've heard already, only about 1.5% of Pennsylvania's hourly workers earn a minimum wage, and many are young people getting their first job. As a matter of fact, my daughter, who's 15 years old and a freshman in high school, just got her first job. And she already makes more than the minimum wage contemplated for our county underneath this piece of legislation. If we force businesses to raise wages across the board, they'll often respond by cutting hours, reducing staff, or raising prices, hurting everyone, especially low-income families. Small businesses are already struggling. And to state that they'll just figure it out, quite frankly, is an insult to the men and women scraping by, trying to keep their small businesses afloat and trying to keep their employees employed. A sharp wage increase could be the final straw, leading to layoffs, closures, and fewer opportunities for the next generation. So instead of doubling down on top-down mandates, let's focus on policies that actually work, supporting small businesses, expanding job training, and removing barriers to growth. Basically, let's get government out of the way. Let's trust the free market, the very system that's lifted billions out of poverty around the world. And let's continue creating opportunity all across this great Commonwealth. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny, Representative Kincaid.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Based on a lot of the arguments that I have heard today, I think that we need to roll back a little bit and actually talk about the Industrial Revolution, where a lot of these arguments come from. While the Industrial Revolution ultimately increased prosperity, for a time it made a swath of the populace worse off. This age of unrelieved misery is documented in books over many, many years. The suffering of the workers in the early days of the Industrial Revolution was not alleviated by capitalism. It was created by capitalism. People were expected to work punishing hours with no time off, and this was the first time in history where labor was compensated by the hour rather than by the product produced. It was only when workers began to organize that workplaces were forced to respect the dignity of the workers who produced the profit of those businesses. It was not capitalism that prompted businesses to respect their workers. It was regulation and legislation. And we often speak about pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, but I think the history of that saying needs to be known. It started as satire, that a person could pull themselves up by their bootstraps as easily as they could sit in a wheelbarrow to wheel themselves. Is the American dream a healthy myth that inspires us to aim high? Or are we selling a mass delusion that keeps people from confronting the fact that poor Americans tend to remain poor regardless of how hard they work? In 1965, the US Senate predicted that American workers would be working 14-hour weeks by the year 2000. Yet the benefits of increased productivity in this nation were not shared equally, and that vision of the future never came to be. The United States has more private wealth than any other nation in the world, but is in the top 5 in the world regarding the gap between rich and poor. Pay for non-management workers increased by less than 12% between 1978 and 2016, while CEO pay jumped by more than 800%. In 1914, Henry Ford created the $5 workday and was much derided by his fellow business owners. His logic was that employees should receive enough disposable income to afford the very vehicles that they were producing. And he is credited with helping to create the middle class in the United States. There are not enough business owners who share his vision today. The good gentleman from York stated that Pennsylvania has the lowest number of workers working at $7.25 an hour in history. But that means that we still have workers in Pennsylvania working for $7.25 an hour, and that is not acceptable. It is clear that the market is not correcting this problem. It is clear that when left to its own devices, capitalism exploits workers. Averages are great until you remember all the workers that fall on the lower end of that curve. We must raise the minimum wage in this Commonwealth because we have waited nearly 2 decades for capitalism to get it done, and it has failed. The Industrial Revolution increased prosperity for Americans across the nation, but only after businesses were forced to pay their workers a living wage. It is time to stop parroting the arguments of the robber barons that our predecessors in this body overrode by establishing minimum labor standards to begin with. Pennsylvania leads the nation in not leading the nation, and we need to do better. Let us pass HB 1549.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Majority Chair of Appropriations, Representative Harris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to support House Bill 1549. But I gotta say, Madam Speaker, I'm a little confused. I've heard many of my colleagues talk about free market. I've heard many of my colleagues talk about how many people make above the minimum wage and how this isn't needed because no one is making the minimum wage. I heard some of my colleagues opine on who is making this and who is making that, and how much Wawa, Sheetz, and everywhere in between is paying their people. So I have to ask the question, if everybody is making over the minimum wage, then everybody should be voting in favor of House Bill 1549. See, I just can't understand, if nobody is making this wage, then what is your argument? And then somebody else will say, well, if you pass the minimum wage, 10,000 jobs, 20,000 jobs, 30,000 jobs are going to be lost. Again, Madam Speaker, I'm confused. Because if nobody is making minimum wage, then how are all these jobs going to be lost? Somebody got to make it make sense to me, because it doesn't. Here's the other thing that I don't understand, Madam Speaker. About 11 days ago, every member in this chamber got a check because of the good people of this Commonwealth. Madam Speaker, it is unconscionable to me that we got paid 11 days ago making nowhere near the minimum wage. And yet there will be people who have the audacity to vote against raising the pay of the people who just paid them.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
The votes that will be cast, hopefully in a couple minutes, I don't believe we can say, if we're not impugning the motive of members, that they can be cast with audacity. I believe there are good points to be made for both sides of this debate, and they are being made vigorously. I think we should leave it at that. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman for his point of order. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just don't get it. Like, look, I understand political differences, and I understand the back and forth that we do when we have difference of opinions. And there are going to be those issues that we will deal with over the next few weeks as we strive to craft a budget in this Commonwealth. But guys, this ain't it. This ain't Democrat or Republican. This is easy. This is simple. If nobody is making the minimum wage, then raise the minimum wage. It's really that simple. Now, here's the thing, Madam Speaker. Leaders lead. And in a few minutes, we're going to see who is willing to lead. Because it's easy to give anecdotal evidence about Sarah and Sue, Brian and Billy, or whoever else we want to talk about making coffee, flipping a burger, or whatever industry we want to use as our analogy to make us feel good about trying to drive home our point. Here's where the rubber meets the road. People making $7.25 an hour can't feed their families. Here's where the rubber meets the road. People making $7.25 end up on public assistance. They end up needing government subsidies to survive. And therefore, when you only pay people $7.25, what you're actually doing is subsidizing with corporate welfare and allowing businesses to continue to pay their folks a poverty wage, and we're making up the difference. So you can't have it both ways. You can't be against corporate welfare and corporate giveaways, but then be in favor of them paying their people poverty wages, because we make up the difference. It's just that simple. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, there are going to be some who over the next 3 weeks are going to vote against raising the minimum wage. They're going to tell you they care about folk. They're going to vote against a budget that has programs that subsidize food and puts food at food banks across this Commonwealth. There are going to be folks who say they care and then are going to vote against health care and all of these other things that people need because we don't raise the minimum wage.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Bedford rise?
We are now talking about bills that are not on the voting calendar. I ask the gentleman to please stay on this bill, House Bill 1549. Thank you.
The point of order is well taken, and the chair recognizes that the gentleman should stay on the focal point of final passage of House Bill 1549, and hopefully we do, though, vote on the budget soon. Thank you.
Before I was interrupted by the leader, what I was saying was that all of those things are necessary when you don't raise the minimum wage because people need the subsidized health care because we don't want to pay them enough. People need subsidies for their groceries because we don't want to pay them enough. People need subsidies for their housing because we don't want to pay them enough. So why do these things go together? They go together, Madam Speaker, because we have a chance to raise the wage for those folks so they can have the dignity that they deserve. So here's the question. Whether it's this vote or the vote on the budget, you need to decide whether you're for the people or not. It's really that simple. Either you're going to vote to help them raise the wage, or you're going to have to vote to subsidize all of the things that they need to live. So you can continue to provide the corporate welfare, or you can raise the wage so people can take care of themselves. That was the point. And now let's see what is the vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bedford, the floor leader, on final passage of House Bill 1549.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before President James Garfield was nominated for the Republican convention for the office of president, there were a lot of speeches that were given that quite frankly brought the room to their feet. And he got up and he said, the ocean isn't measured during tempest, during when the billows are rolling. The depth of the ocean is measured when it is still. When we can actually reflect and talk about issues when it is still and we're reflecting on the actual realities that we see in our communities. Let's talk about some of those. Wages have gone up, not because state government has dictated that they have gone up, but because the job market has become competitive. And when we see people fleeing to West Virginia and Ohio, it's not because of the minimum wage. It is because there are jobs to go to. It is because they're developing and building, and that's where our workers are going. To the natural gas development sites, to the places where regulations are certainly not what they are in Pennsylvania. Not every wage, and please hear me clearly on this, not every wage is designed to be a livable wage. My 16-year-old son is not working for a livable wage. Someone who is retired and is helping out part-time, that is not necessarily a livable wage. What determines a livable wage is, in fact, the market. Now, we can continue to have a discussion, and we will. I do want to call attention to a previous speaker who talked about this being a compromise. And it very well may have been a compromise with the majority party. But a compromise that is going to become law involves all the parties that will eventually help it to become law. And this bill, 1549, is not it. So that is the definition of a compromise that this bill does not fulfill. I do believe that we need to see economic growth in Pennsylvania. It has been the #1 issue that we have raised when talking about our budget. Our budgets cannot sustain the current trajectory. When we have government-mandated wages, what happens is there is an upward pressure on all wages. It's not about who makes currently $7.25 an hour. If you raise it to 15, 16, 17, 18, now what happens to the general manager who's making 20? And then what happens to the employee who's making 25? That is where the upward pressure of wages then make it very difficult for businesses to keep all the employees, and that is where the job loss comes. It's not simply about who is making the wage. These are issues that can be debated between thoughtful policymakers, and I believe will, over the next several weeks, be part of the discussion. But there are economic realities that do take place when there are government-mandated wages. That is what the discussion is about. Yes, we have seen the market drive wages up. We have seen a competitive market as people compete for employees. We need to continue by deregulation and by cutting back on things, expanding permitting reform so that we can actually get more jobs in Pennsylvania. You will continue to see wages rise. And we don't have to have the discussion of what is a livable wage. But again, let me emphasize that there are wages for jobs that were not meant to be livable. And that is the conversation that we need to have as we move forward. Madam Speaker, I think this conversation will continue into the next several weeks, and I believe that we will see a lot of policy matters come before us when it comes time for the budget. But this bill in its current form will not accomplish its desired objective, and I will be voting no on HB 1549. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the majority floor leader, the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To respond briefly to the good gentleman, the minority leader, who talks about government-mandated wages, this brings us back to a different era in American history, where we talked about whether we should have labor standards at all, or would the miraculous market save us all? Now, I know earlier this week we talked about whether the market has saved community hospitals, or whether the market, in its wisdom, was right to raise wages in mobile home parks. The market is amazing, but it is not perfect. And when it comes to wages, this is not a new debate. The good gentleman quotes James Garfield. I'm going to quote a different president from a different party at a very different time in American history. The issue was raised whether raising the minimum wage will hurt businesses and reduce employment. This was in the height of the Great Depression. Unemployment could not have been higher. A president then from his wheelchair helped us get through the Great Depression and defeat Nazism. And he said no business which depends for existence on paying wages, less than living wages, to its workers has any right to continue in this country. He didn't say that at a time of negligible unemployment. He said that during the Great Depression. He went on further, by living wages, I mean more than a bare subsistence level. I mean the wages of a decent living. Now again, we've heard that $7.25 an hour is plenty. I'm going to use a quote, and I realize the dollars are different based on today's cost of living. But that same president said, don't let any calamity howling executive with an income of thousands a day who's been turning his employees over to government relief rolls in order to preserve his company's undistributed reserves tell you using his stockholders' money to pay the postage for his personal opinions tell you that a wage of, at that time, $11 a week is going to have a disastrous impact on all American industry. That was in 1938 as one of President Roosevelt's fireside chats. And for those who said a minimum wage is a government mandate that interferes with the free market, he said, all but the hopelessly reactionary will agree that to conserve our primary resources of manpower, government must have some control over maximum hours, minimum wages, the evil of child labor. Think about the time in which we're speaking, and the exploitation of unorganized labor. And I'll bring you to just a few years ago and a little bit closer to home here in Harrisburg. At that point, a state senator introduced legislation, and I'm going to read from a press release, seeking to increase the minimum wage in Pennsylvania from $7.25 an hour to $15 per hour by 2026, beginning with $11 per hour on January 1, 2024, and permanently index inflation thereafter. And I want to read directly from his press release. Said Laughlin, I have heard from my constituents and have listened to both sides of the political aisle. Pennsylvania has not seen the minimum wage increased since it was hiked at the federal level in 2009. On average, a worker who earns a minimum wage will only earn $15,000 a year. That's before the recent inflation that all of our constituents have been dealing with. He goes on, due to rising costs, workers are unable to pay for basic necessities and forced to rely on public assistance. It's time we address this issue, and I believe this bill is the most responsible approach to do it. And just yesterday, a very conservative senator from the reddest of states, Missouri, is quoted as saying, "For decades, working Americans have seen their wages flatlined. One major culprit of this failure of the federal minimum wage to keep up with the economic reality facing hardworking Americans every day." Hawley said in a statement, this bipartisan legislation will ensure that workers across America benefit from higher wages. We are in the midst of a severe affordability crisis, with families in red and blue states alike struggling to afford necessities like housing and groceries. A stagnant federal minimum wage only adds fuel to the fire. Every hardworking American deserves a living wage that helps put a roof over their head and food on the table. $7.25 an hour doesn't even come close. Now, in this room, in this building, in this chamber, and in this town, too often, whataboutism is the enemy of progress. 15's not high enough, or a path to 15 is too slow, or it's regional, or a path to 15 should have lower wages for rural counties. We heard that almost 2 years to the day. At that time, there was an amendment offered by the minority party for a $12 minimum wage. Dozens of the minority party voted for that wage. And now today we sit here again to have a conversation that history would tell you is stale and outdated. We need to raise the wage. Whether it's FDR or Garfield or Hawley or Senator Laughlin, the time to raise the minimum wage is far past due. I ask for an affirmative vote on House Bill 1549 so we can get to the work of progress and moving Pennsylvania forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
According to the provisions of agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 102, the nays are 101. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence.
The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1431, printer number 1896 on page 2 of the supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Will the clerk read a title and a brief description of the bill?
This bill provides for Sunday hunting.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On the question, the chair recognizes the prime sponsor of the bill, Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am not a typical hunter. I did not grow up learning to hunt. I have spent a lot of time in remote, wild places, the Mongolian steppe, the West African bush, working with people who are living close to the land. I saw how hunting not only provides sustenance, but it enriches people's lives, a valued and core part of families and cultures around the world. I became interested in hunting in the United States and learned that American hunters were responsible for some of the greatest conservation efforts that we have ever seen. I learned that hunters are some of the most responsible gun owners out there. And I learned that hunters are ethical people, driven to hunt fairly and respectfully and respect the land that they walk. I became certain that when I raised a family, so that my children would understand what was on their plate and their responsibility in protecting the natural world, hunting would be a part of our lives. And so I came to hunting on my own as an adult woman and a mother of 4 children, learning as I go, welcomed into the community wholeheartedly. It has been a gratifying experience. Today, when I see my children out in the forest calling a turkey in, I see an ancient part of their brains alive and awake. I see how grounded they are, how sure of themselves, how stable they are. Over time, I've become a dedicated advocate for hunters. And in Pennsylvania, we've got a big problem. Currently, hunting is prohibited on Sundays. This is an archaic blue law, not based in the reality of today. It's a law that most states have eliminated long ago. Not being able to hunt on Sundays creates major hurdles for busy families. It's a significant barrier for working people. It's also an issue for farmers that are being financially crippled by crop damage. Our wildlife biologists, our forest ecologists are telling us that we need to lift this ban. And that is why I am standing before you today and asking for your support on this bill that would lift the harmful ban on Sunday hunting. This is important, and I want the chamber to hear this point. This bill is a stated top legislative priority for both the Game Commission and the Farm Bureau. And I hope that we can pass it through the House today with the robust bipartisan support that this bill deserves. I want to thank the incredible advocates who have worked for many years on this issue, specifically Hunter Nation, Hunters United for Sunday Hunting, Backcountry Hunters, and the Pennsylvania Federation of Sportsmen and Conservationists. Thank you for your time, colleagues, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Berks, Representative Maloney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I promise not to talk about Deer P. Madam Speaker, today, as we all know, with the different attempts to fix this bill, most everything was ignored. But something has troubled me since the day I came here with respect to the devil is always in the details. And although the maker of this bill has admitted her very limited background and experience, I have to admit to the opposite. There are quite a few things with this bill that all I want my colleagues to understand is that the devil is in the details. This is not a simple Sunday hunting piece of legislation. As a matter of fact, I will get into the fact about why I believe this bill has legislative issues. First of all, we really ignore the private property rights of anybody, including myself, with respect to not having that right to challenge people coming on my land. And yet, the bill has a provision to increase trespass penalties, but only for some people. This bill also has a provision to bring a private entity into being a commissioner when we don't allow the sportsmen to choose for themselves. That's a real problem. Sportsmen across the state of Pennsylvania want the choice. There's a provision in here when we talk about being a conservationist or somebody who wants to promote and provide for the next generation that allows a person who says that they are a farmer to frankly slaughter deer. That's not conservation. That means flashlights, night hunting, 3 seasons a year is legal in this piece of legislation. We ignored the pieces of habitat that I've been very concerned about on our game land. There's another provision today that might get taken up that is very problematic to me that is related to this. I tried to ban certain chemicals, specifically glyphosate, from game land because of the health and welfare of the wildlife. It was ignored. When we talk about opportunity, since I could not participate in this before the age of 12, my first year was 12 years old. Since then, more than double the opportunity to go afield has taken place in this state. More than double. As a matter of fact, the Game Commission only ever uses estimated numbers. We can't operate in a budget like that, although we try. There are pieces of this that I will tell you remind me of legislation from the past. I have heard numerous people in this chamber and outside this chamber talk about pieces of legislation that were passed with unintended consequences. We actually pass a fiscal code that many people go home and find out later that there are pieces of provision in that fiscal code that you didn't know you voted for. So I think it's very important to understand what is in this bill. Just like I heard from, I don't know how many years ago, Act 89, Act 77, the pay raise, all the different things that took place out of this chamber that members were not aware of, or they got unelected for it. When we talk about opportunity, I brought this up several times.
The gentleman will suspend. The only question before the House refers to HB 1431, not any other acts or other bills previously passed by this chamber. Please stick to the subject matter. The gentleman may proceed.
I was referring to the unintended consequences that I've seen in the past. That's why I was trying to relate that to the parliamentarian. So, I heard from somebody here that didn't and doesn't have the experience and doesn't have the background. I've brought this up before. He seems to have created more questions, but I'm going to reiterate it again.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman should not be referring to other members' experience, again, asking you to stay on the subject of the bill. Please avoid personalities. The gentleman may proceed.
Boy smokes. Okay, Madam Speaker. This bill would directly affect waterfowl hunters. That is in the consequences of this bill. They will lose upwards to 2 weeks of opportunity with this bill. That's a fact. The national organizations, as was read earlier, have reached out to me about that problem. And what I referred to earlier about the issues with the legislation, I will not make a motion, but I will promise you that this is a problem. We hear in this chamber about the single subject rule. There is major issues that I have just explained to you that do not, to the good speaker's point to me to stay on mark, do not stick with the single subject. And for me, I know that since I've been here, pieces of legislation have been kicked out by the courts because of that reason. So it's concerning to me. The single subject rules of legislation that are in this bill violate that provision. I don't believe that the Senate will pick it up, nor do I believe that the governor would sign it for those reasons. So thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. I would have you to consider these issues that I brought forward. I've been asked many times as to what are the problems within this legislation, and I tried to put forward those issues, and I want you to be clear about what you're voting for. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman for his remarks. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Delaware, Representative Vitale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise just to relay the concerns of 3 different stakeholder groups with regard to this bill. I will be brief. First is the Sierra Club. In their letter of June 10th, they indicate the Pennsylvania chapter of the Sierra Club opposes House Bill 1431. They say, while well-intentioned, we believe this bill could have unintended negative consequences on outdoor recreation and ultimately not address the problem of deer overpopulation. The Keystone Trails Association, in their email of June 10th, and I quote, Keystone Trails Association is very concerned that having more Sundays open to hunting undermines the safety and serenity of hiking in Penn's Woods. They continue, quiet as a fleeting quality, and adding Sundays for hunting further erodes that quality. They continue, trail use for hiking, biking, birding, and other pursuits is an important part of Pennsylvania's burgeoning pastimes. And finally, the Pennsylvania Parks and Forests Foundation, in their email of June 10th, indicate they have, quote unquote, significant concerns with House Bill 1431. And they also go on to outline the interests of hikers, bikers, birders, kayakers, fishermen, et cetera. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman for his remarks. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? 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 The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 131, the nays are 72. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Majority Leader calls up House Bill 1402, printer number 1884. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will now read a title and brief description of the bill.
This bill ensures teacher certification fees do not exceed $50.
The bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 203, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 276, printer number 0220 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and brief description of the bill.
This bill creates an employee misclassification working group to address employee misclassification in Pennsylvania.
The bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 108, the nays are 95. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 375, printer number 0331 on page 3 of the supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill amends the municipality's planning code to require signage on land proposed for subdivision or land development.
The bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill finally pass? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 108, the nays are 95. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1306, printer number 1714 on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill exempts volunteer firefighter length of service award programs from the personal income tax.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1498, printer number 1832 on page 1 of supplemental calendar A. Will the clerk read a summary of the bill?
This bill establishes uniform partition of heirs property act.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1364, printer number 1556 on page 4 of today's House calendar. Will the clerk read a summary of the bill?
This bill provides for public transportation trust fund transfers and increases.
Will the House agree to the bill? The chair rules the following amendment out of order for violating House Rule 20, Amendment A00681. Representative Benninghoff offers Amendment A00468. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Benninghoff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know we've had a lot of discussions today. Hopefully we can get through this pretty quickly. I do have an amendment to House Bill 1364. 00468. This prohibits the flexing of any federal dollars from the mass transit, unless approved by the act of the legislature. You folks are duly elected, both Republican and Democrats, to represent the people, and I think a significant change like that should be done with our approval. In addition, as we know, last year some money was transferred, $153 million in federal highway dollars, and it was directed to one of Pennsylvania's transit authorities. This flexing also caused delay in 7 interstate highway projects, one of which was in the Southeast and 6 in rural Pennsylvania. Very frustrating, especially when many of those rural areas have been waiting for years to get these projects done. I reiterate, as a legislative body, we should not allow any reapportionment of federal dollars without our approval. And without our approval, by those people who had elected us. Frankly, I think it's an affront to democracy and would love to provide the ability that one person should not have that authority and it should be done by us. As you know, my amendment would prevent a governor, any governor, or transportation secretary, or any other executive branch official from requesting transfers of funds from federal aid highway dollars for the purpose of just funding a transit agency without your approval. I hope that you will join me and that we can get a unanimous vote to support this amendment. And I thank you, Madam Chairman, for the time to speak.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Nielsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the Minority Transportation Chairman's intent with this amendment. We work closely on a lot of things. However, this amendment is unnecessary and not agreed to. Regretfully, I ask the members to oppose the amendment. Secretary Carroll testified during PennDOT's budget hearing on February 19th of this year that the flex projects were not canceled and they will be delivered in the same time frame as they have been before flexing. Flexing also must be approved by the Federal Highway Administration, which was granted in this case. So I ask you to oppose the Benninghoff Amendment A00468. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the maker of the bill. The chair recognizes the gentleman from York, Representative Grove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As one of the counties that had our federal dollars stolen from us, I fully support this amendment. If you want to head home, take a trip down 83. My York County colleagues are very familiar with the horrible pavement that's on that road right now because of this funding. It should have been paved already. So all of our commuter traffic heading up to Harrisburg, your cars are getting destroyed, adding huge maintenance costs because of act of one entity. I fully support this amendment. We shouldn't have federal highway dollars flexed for anything else but their intended use. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman for his remarks. The chair recognizes for the second time the maker of the bill, Representative Nielsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make sure the record is clear. All the projects, all 7 projects that were flexed are fully funded, not only on budget, they are on time. Not 1 minute delay on any of those projects. And I want to make sure that the record is clear and these things aren't being said out of jest. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from York, Representative Grove, for the second time.
Thank you. The issue is they should have been done. They should have pavement on them. Our cars shouldn't be in shambles because one person took the money and shifted it elsewhere. That's the issue at hand. 2, I don't know when it's going to get paved again. Should have been done this year. We have to wait a whole new year, whole new winter season, as that pavement that's down is going to get even worse. So our residents are at a huge disadvantage as we pay the federal gas tax, not SEPTA, not mass transit riders. We pay that gas tax. That money should go for roads and bridges, not to bail out one single mass transit entity. That's the issue at stake. It shouldn't have been done. It's wrong. Our residents all across the Commonwealth, in the city of Philadelphia, as well as those other counties, are having worse road conditions, more maintenance issues, and it will get worse this winter because of action of one person. Should have never been done. We need to pass this amendment. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman for his remarks. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 101, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative Nelson offers Amendment A00605. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to ask support to achieve cleaner air in our cities and our communities. Amendment A00605 uses these new monies to create a recurring $60 million grant program for all our transit agencies and would assist in the conversion of dirty diesel buses and incent renewable fleets using RNG, which is recycled natural gas, CNG, or natural gas. Madam Speaker, renewable natural gas is generated by capturing landfill gas, organic waste, and farm digesters across this Commonwealth. It is carbon neutral, enables consumers to achieve 100% reduction in their CO2 emissions, and RNG is 90% cleaner than diesel engines. This product mitigates NOx and particulates which produce smog in our cities. Transit agencies across the Commonwealth have partially converted some of their fleets. So they're using natural gas, but it's expensive and it requires infrastructure. Overall, Madam Speaker, in fact, PennDOT's most recent public transit report states that over 2,500 buses are diesel and gas, while less than 500 buses in the Commonwealth are natural gas. As this chamber considers massive policy changes with transportation, we should be considering 2,500 diesel, dirty, and gas buses compared to less than 500. Natural gas is clean burning, American made. Pennsylvania jobs are funded through Pennsylvania's natural gas, and this product has significantly lower emissions as compared to diesel. Plus, our natural gas buses are not randomly starting to burn like the lithium-ion batteries, the fire that happened just last week in a decommissioned SEPTA area, burning 40 buses. Madam Speaker, Reuters reported in 2017 a battery bus was $750,000 and they only lasted 4 years. 2025 pricing, a natural gas bus is about that same $750,000, but it can last 12 to 16 years. Madam Speaker, it's tough for counties to switch. I understand that. And the goal of this amendment is to be able to incent conversion to a cleaner alternative so everybody is winning in this very important transportation amendment. At this time, I'm going to pause my remarks, and I appreciate the bipartisan effort and the good work with the chairman, the majority chairman on transportation.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Nielsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The gentleman from Westmoreland brings up a lot of good points, and that points will be addressed under Amendment A01032 later on today, where we actually get a commission together, a funding commission, to talk about all these different ideas and all these innovations so we can come together and come up with a real adhesive, inclusive transportation plan for Pennsylvania moving forward. So I respectfully ask the gentleman to withdraw the amendment as we will make sure it's part of the Funding Commission study later on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman for his remarks. The chair recognizes the gentleman from York, Representative Grove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, this brings back memories of budgets past. The good gentleman's asking for $60 million from the Public Transportation Trust Fund. If you go on the Treasury's transparency portal today, you can look up the balances of that fund. Now, that's funded through a portion of sales tax revenue coming out. That fund, since 2015, the long-term, we call it the savings account of that fund, has grown to $1.3 billion. In case you didn't hear that. The fund that is supposed to go to fund mass transit has grown in a state coffer sitting over in Treasury to $1.3 billion. You can track it. You can see the money moving from the checking account, which actually has a cash flow balance of at least $500 million in it. But it's sitting on $1.3 billion. Now, the gentleman's asking for $60 million. It's a good use. We should do it. But the bigger question that we have to ask today is, why is there an account sitting in Harrisburg that's supposed to be sent to mass transit entities, our sales tax revenue, sitting on a balance of $1.3 billion? We just had an amendment where the governor flexed $153 million of federal transportation projects that was supposed to go to roads and bridges.
The gentleman will suspend. The question before the House is on Amendment A00605, not previous determined and debated amendments. Appreciate the gentleman staying on topic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we had a governor flex money to one mass transit agency. Why didn't they just take it from the surplus of money already dedicated to it? Why isn't that money being sent to mass transit agencies? Why is there a surplus at all? These are the questions we should be asking the governor and the executive branch. $1.3 billion of sales tax revenue is sitting in an account for mass transit.
The
Why?
gentleman will suspend. For the second time, the gentleman will restrict his remarks to the amendment at hand. Appreciate you, again, staying on topic. The gentleman will proceed.
I'm just trying to address that the gentleman's asking for $60 million from the Public Transportation Trust Fund that's funded through sales tax. There's an account balance of $1.3 billion in the account. It's just fair. But we should probably hold some hearings, ask them why. But I think the gentleman's amendment is appropriate. But more appropriately is, why is there money sitting in an account that's supposed to be used for mass transit when mass transit agencies are saying we need more money? It's weird. It's weird. I look at my good friend back in Lehigh. It's weird, isn't it, gentlemen? Yeah. So with that, I support the amendment, and hopefully we will do some actual oversight and investigate why mass transit money isn't going to mass transit agencies in the Commonwealth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the gentleman's passion for the transparent use of public funds. Transportation is an extremely complex issue. And natural gas is a bipartisan issue. Cleaner buses, we all agree. So I appreciate the inclusion of natural gas and the opportunity to start to implement a cleaner fleet in Pennsylvania's public transportation. And at this time, I will withdraw this amendment in support of the opportunity if there is an agreement in this upcoming study. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes Representative Topper, who offers Amendment A00607. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Minority Leader Representative Topper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The key word as we talk about transit that I do believe is vital to our regions, particularly in the Southeast and the Philadelphia market, as well as the Pittsburgh market, is sustainability. My concern is that we consistently come back with the same problem time after time without new solutions. While I will be withdrawing this amendment this time, I do believe that public-private partnerships could be part of that conversation that would encourage that moving forward. But this time, Madam Speaker, I will be withdrawing this amendment. Thank you.
The gentleman withdraws the amendment. Representative Heffley offers Amendment A01029. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Heffley. The gentleman withdraws. Representative Nielsen offers Amendment A01032. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Nielsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask today for your support of A01032. Transportation funding is a bipartisan issue that affects every single one of our districts. Whether you live in rural, suburban, or urban community, we all rely on our roads, bridges, and transit services to get around. Our transportation system is in a crisis. We've all heard it here before. We need a comprehensive, long-term, bipartisan solution to transportation funding in Pennsylvania. We're already seeing the consequences of our failures to act with cuts services, fare increases, and collapsing bridges across the Commonwealth. This amendment takes the next step by establishing the Transportation Funding Advisory Commission. A bipartisan commission will be asked to develop a comprehensive proposal to address Pennsylvania's transportation needs all across the Commonwealth. We spoke about it, the previous gentleman from Westmoreland. We want to include all ideas and all ways in all modes of transportation, including roads, bridges, transit, aviation, and our water ports. The Commission will put together a list of potential revenue sources for the General Assembly to consider. It will also put together a list of potential cost savings, including what the Minority Leader just talked about, P3s, private-public partnerships, and other opportunities to partner with the private sector to make our system work. I am confident that we can come together to solve these challenges. But to ensure the hard work of this Commission simply ignored or not forgotten about in a desk drawer like in previous years, this amendment also adds some skin in the game. If the General Assembly fails to act on the Commission's recommendations or fails to address the transportation funding throughout the Commonwealth, my amendment will ensure that transit services in all 67 counties will remain fully funded by automatically investing in additional dollars into transit beginning on June 30, 2028. Our failure to act should not result in our residents being unable to get to work, school, or their medical appointments. Our residents are trying to get to their job. We need to do ours. Sometimes here, we're not held as accountable as we should be. This legislation, this amendment here today, will make sure that we do the right thing. We're not here to put up the easy votes. We're here to put up the hard votes. I ask for your support on Amendment A01032. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman for his remarks. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, noes. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 111, the nays are 92. The amendment is agreed to. Representative Heffley offers Amendment A01038. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Heffley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I always use the line, everybody comes to my office looking for more money. Nobody ever comes into any of our offices looking for less. And mass transit, well, they're always looking for more money. My bill would correct somewhat of a wrong, what was a wrong, and this amendment would prohibit the $50 million annual transfer from the Turnpike to the Public Transportation Trust Fund. My amendment would allow the Turnpike to retain their $50 million and use that to reducing their outstanding debt. The Turnpike's massive debt in excess of $13 billion, $13 billion, and ever increasing, is primarily due to mass transit funding they have been required to provide over the last decade since the terrible passage of Act 44. The Turnpike is expected to have their debt increase to its peak in 2038 due to Act 44. And the folks that drive the Turnpike, they're still paying for it. And yet mass transit is still looking for more money. Tolls have increased on the Pennsylvania Turnpike for the toll by plate at 187% increase. But yet mass transit and SEPTA hasn't seen an increase since, 2017, and now they're talking about a staggering 7% increase. But yet the folks that live in northeastern Pennsylvania that drive the Turnpike every day pay the mass transit fees. Not just the Turnpike fee, but they're paying for mass transit. And it's all bonding, so it's all debt service. And we're going to continue that. This amendment would prohibit that $50 million transfer and take the Turnpike out from under that. We spoke earlier about the transfer, the governor moving $150 million to SEPTA last session, earlier in some of the amendments. One of the things that I do want to point out is that the folks in northeastern Pennsylvania struggle with high taxes and property taxes. They struggle with paying the fuel, the high taxes on the fuel, and they struggle with paying the ever-increasing Turnpike tolls that are continually going to fund mass transit. Madam Speaker, I just find it hard to believe that those of us who represent folks in this district, in northeastern Pennsylvania, and all across Pennsylvania, anybody who rides a Turnpike to work every day, they don't have the luxury of hopping on a free ride to go to work. They got to pay. But they're paying for somebody else's discounted ride or somebody else's free ride with no accountability. Just shoveling, now what this bill, the underlying bill, $292.5 million to mass transit out of the sales and use tax. The sales and use tax, which was originally set up to fund education, but now we're relying on the backs of homeowners across this Commonwealth to fund education, and we're taking the money out of the general fund.
The gentleman will suspend. The subject before the House is Amendment A01038. We ask that you stay on topic and appreciate you only debating the matter at hand. The gentleman will proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this amendment would alleviate some of that burden on the working class folks in this Commonwealth having to pay the exorbitant tolling on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, and for all those businesses that are affected and impacted. The governor says he wants to compete with Ohio. You can't have these high costs on tolling these roads. Manufacturers just aren't going to be here. I would ask for an affirmative vote on this amendment and alleviate the riders on the Pennsylvania Turnpike from this burdensome tax to prop up a failing transit system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman for his remarks. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Nielsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I appreciate the prime sponsor's intent, my family uses the Turnpike almost every day, just like most of us in this room. I know how much these tolls hurt. However, the damage that the General Assembly caused the Turnpike through Act 44 in 2007 has been done, and has been done for a long time. This amendment will not reduce tolls along the Turnpike by a single penny, and it will not prevent any planned or future toll increases. All this amendment does is take another $50 million away from public transit across all 67 counties. That's why I say please oppose Amendment A01038. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman for his remarks. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 94, the nays. The nays are 109. The amendment fails. Representative Nielsen offers Amendment A01046. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Nielsen.
Are we holding? Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've been talking a lot about transit funding this session, and for a good reason. Funding transit is important in all 67 counties. However, this amendment will provide another important piece of our transportation network, which also needs more funding: our roads and bridges. Act 89 of 2013 was the last time the General Assembly passed a comprehensive transportation package. We're long overdue for a new one. Maintaining our roads and bridges is a constant challenge. Pennsylvania has over 120,000 miles of roads and 32,000 bridges. Our road system is longer than New York's, New Jersey's, and all the New England states combined. This amendment addresses that problem by investing an additional $500 million into road and bridge projects in all 67 counties. This would be the most significant investment to our roads and bridges in over a decade. This amendment accomplishes that without raising a single tax or fees. Instead, it allows for bonding and directs 0.25% of existing sales tax revenue to pay the necessary debt. There's been a lot of discussion both inside and outside this building on how we need to put more money into roads and bridges. Well, this is your chance. I ask for an affirmative vote on Amendment A01046. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman for his remarks. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? 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 The clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 144, the nays are 59. The amendment is agreed to. The chair is under the understanding that all the remaining amendments have been withdrawn. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. For the information of members, there will be no further votes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Dauphin County, Representative Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On House Bill 681, while I was trying to get into my seat, we had a little button malfunction and my vote was recorded incorrectly. Please reflect my vote in the affirmative for House Bill 681, and I commend the maker of the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman's remarks will be spread across the record. The Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations: House Bill 1306, House Bill 1364, House Bill 1498. The Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the table calendar and placed on the active calendar: House Bill 200, House Bill 804, House Bill 1048, House Bill 1282, House Bill 1412. The chair is in receipt of a motion by the from Representative Davidson that the House may now be adjourned until Monday, June 16th, 2025 at 12 noon, unless sooner called by the Speaker. The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Monday, June 16th, 2025 at 12 noon, unless sooner called by the Speaker. Sure. We're asking that all members and non-mandatory staff please leave the floor. Asking again that all members and non-mandatory staff please leave the floor. Thank you so much. The Sergeant of Arms will enforce this shortly.